Hello, everyone. How are we doing on this fine Monday? Bitcoin had a little bit of a weekend pump, and now it's time to consider whether or not this pump can continue. What is up? What is up, legends? This pump can continue. Oof, look at this handsome guy. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you, legends. Smash that like button. It's going to be a good one today. This week we have FOMC, which is a significant event, typically marking either local tops or local bottoms. Now, since we've been pumping into FOMC, something that we should consider is that it can potentially mark the local top. Let's go through some comments. I'm going to pop this chat open. Pop out chat. There we go. And all right. All right. So how are we looking, legends? How are we looking? July so far, still bullish, well within our expectations. But I think that we're going to enter a period where there might be another potential shorting opportunity in this market. I'm not going to put that lightly. I will not put that lightly. All right, going through some comments. So, let's see. Let's go through it. Good morning. It's going to be a beautiful week. Cali Compiler, I agree. It's going to be a fantastic week. Reiner the Flow Artist is back in the house. Good morning, legend. Good morning to you. Hi, my G. Hello, Mustafa. Good morning. Good morning, Nia X. Let's make some money. 7-0. 7-0. Are we going to enter a new trade today? Let's see, guys. Legends, how are y'all doing, chat? You shouldn't trust Matt, the fortune teller. I promise I am not a fortune teller. I will get things wrong, but so far we've been smashing it. Particularly in the community, things have been looking pretty good. Are you bullish today? It feels like Bitcoin is approaching a local top soon, says Grigor. I tend to agree, and we will discuss that today as well. Nikita is new to the channel. I saw your comments on my last video asking what is the lowest time frame you go. On the live stream, we have no issue going on like the 5-minute, the 15-minute chart. But as a swing trader, I must keep it real with you. I tend to look at the 4-hour chart the most. Rick Ty, sup. Hello, Matt. Hello, everyone. Manly's Barbecue. Good morning, everyone. Yo, let's do this. Julian Gonzalez. Elon. FX Bliss. Good morning. Iwonak. Shivam rocking the 24th frame. Hello. Good morning. Now we got a lot of people in the house. What is the chance? Hello, Describe. Hello, Samir. Did you learn trading through Chart Champions? Just curious because people that know what they're doing on the internet is very rare. No, I didn't, but I think, I give credit when credit is due. They're solid. They're very solid. Hello, CBM. Good morning. Took my first profit on hype long at $60. I've changed a little bit your strategy. Hope this continues. My man, love your content. Awesome, guys. And this is what I would recommend. Never solely copy myself or anyone else in this market. You have to do your own analysis. You can take inspiration, but copying blindly does not make sense. In the community, I share all of my trades as always. And you know where to find me if you want to join that community. All you have to do is DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. Last week, we took a few trades. Number one, I took a Bitcoin short at $66,800 within the community. This one's currently up $10,000. Number two, on top of these existing positions, I took a hype long, which is still up around 14K, but this one has just been bouncing around. And nothing has really changed. It hasn't hit my TP zone. So I'm okay with letting it swing around as it does because I am in 6 active positions in this market. All of these trades that are up multiple 6 figures have been shared within my community, guys. Still in my Bitcoin long, still edging for a little bit higher, although I do tend to agree with what Grigor mentioned. This kind of price action going into the week, the beginning of the week, can provide some pullbacks. So the topic is, should we trust this weekend pump? And sorry if I don't say hello to everyone. I know that there's a lot of comments jumping in. I just want to make sure that I can get the show on the road. Massive week ahead, I agree. Morning, sir. Hope you're well, says Sammy. Good morning, money dude. Good morning, Bitcoin trader. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Matt. What's new, bro? Looking forward to a nice week. I'm looking forward to a nice week as well, my friends. As well. Recently, we've been getting some comments saying, bro, if you're trading like that, why are you posting videos on the internet? Why are you selling a course? But the reality is, I'm not selling a course. There are no courses that I'm selling. And I will probably produce some free tutorials on YouTube. I'm not selling anything, guys. If you want to join the community, feel free to do so. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. Some of you wanted to join with Kraken, which is a great platform that we've recently added as a partner on the channel. And you can do so. Within the community, it's been a little bit tricky with the whole automation. But now, if you're already trading on Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral without the need of you creating a new account. So that's also an option. But the community is a community where you basically trade with your own capital, and I just share what I'm doing in this market. The reason I have this is to effectively not let just anyone come, because there tends to be a lot of bullshit in the space. And if you add a little bit of a gate, it tends to mitigate that BS. So I only want serious traders. If you're not serious and you're just tuning in for entertainment purposes, well, you can keep tuning in if you'd like to. We're going to keep doing the live streams and the free content on the YouTube channel. Alrighty. So this week is a big week because we have a couple of things. So today we have the durable goods orders month over month, and that should be a high impact event. But the main thing that everyone has their eyes on is the Fed's interest rate decision, which we discussed at length. Right now, probabilities favor a 66.3% chance that there is no change. We've come to expect this. However, if you recall, we basically had high probability of a rate hike going into the end of the year, into January of 2027. This has been shifted forward now based on the data that's been coming out. The employment rate, inflation. Now, not this FOMC, but the next FOMC, we have an 80% chance of a rate hike. So not the one that will be live streaming on Wednesday, but the other one. So This is something that we definitely need to contend with. Rate hikes. The markets are now pricing this in at the next FOMC. I still think that what we're seeing is well within the trajectory of typical bear markets. So I still think that we can squeeze higher. And until proven otherwise, I'm not going to be adjusting my positions in this market. There's no reason to do it. And some of you say, this is bullshit. Crypto trading is bullshit. I saw some comments recently. I'm tired of Bitcoin, and I actually had it in my last thumbnail. Guys, I need to remind you that what we're seeing here is completely normal. And I think that people are too emotional in this market. There's only a handful of us left watching crypto content, and you can see it. People continue to tune out of the crypto markets. I'll show you some stats that back this up, but there will be a moment where the tides will turn, and you don't want to start paying attention to Bitcoin when we're back above $100,000 once more. That's just my opinion. I think we will get there, but I still think that the trajectory looks something like this. And it's pretty insane to me, guys, that we were contending with a red weekly close, but we managed to just pump into the weekly close. And now, once more, the week was green. 4 green weekly candles in a row. And now a lot of people are unsure what comes next. So let's talk about it in today's live stream. Let's go through some comments here. Semi says, late longs will get annihilated this week. And I tend to agree. We talked about it in my last video. Guys, the way you know if someone is bullshitting you, in my opinion, in the crypto space, is if they're always telling you to enter a new trade. Go, trade, trade, trade. Watch my last 5-minute video that I uploaded yesterday. I came to my studio, recorded a 5-minute video and said, guys, if you're not already in a trade, don't enter a trade. Those were my words exactly. Sometimes not taking a trade is the trade. And if you're not already in a trade, as per yesterday's video, it did not make sense to enter a new trade. Now, I do think that opportunities will present themselves this week. On the 30-day time frame, there is a lot of cumulative long liquidation leverage in the markets. This is something that we have to consider. On the 1-day time frame, I think that people still want to enter shorts. A lot could happen this week. Let's prepare as more and more people tune in. The US stock market opens in 1.5 hours. Love the content. Thanks for sharing. My pleasure. My pleasure. What is your target on your hype trade? Will you talk about it on the stream? Guys, these trades that you're seeing are always shared within the community. If you want to see how I've been trading this market, just join the community. If I come on stream with a trade already open, it's 100% because I've shared it in the community. That's how this works. If you're already trading on Kraken, BTCC, then you can keep your account and you start trading on there as you normally, or you continue trading on there as you normally do, and you can join the community. But for hype, I would like to see a push a little bit higher. I have to keep it real with you. Like, a lot of people cannot handle drawdowns on trades. And the amount of people that message me on Telegram when one of my trades is in the negative is just baffling. And to me, that means three things, or maybe two things. One, you're risking way too much capital on the trade because you can't handle a little bit of drawdown. Two, you're probably a scalper and you're not used to swing trading, because a lot of the times these trades hover around entry for quite some time before price resolves in either direction. And three, a repeat of number one, you're risking too much capital. If you're always stressed about how a position is doing in the market, it's simply because you're risking too much capital. That is it. Those are the rules. Do you trade oil? Sometimes, but I have to be honest, I haven't entered an oil trade probably in the last year. So I tend to focus on Bitcoin. Hi, Math, Tele Ross. Hello, nice to have you back. 3, people are always copying. Vengeance, or Trula, I should say. Yes, that is true. I think people are scared. I think people are annoyed about crypto. I think people are getting bored of crypto. But, let me show you something. Where is it? When I get comments like these, I think no retracement more directly 115K and back, or directly all-time high and back. If you're looking at my content and you see more and more comments like this, the local top will be in. And Grigor, I tend to not use the Binance charts, but valid. I think we have an exciting live stream today. I think we should have a lot of interesting price action. I like how the price action has been developing. I think people are eager to enter a short, and I just have not added to my shorts yet, guys. I'm comfy in my schlongs, as I like to say. I hope everyone had a lovely weekend, by the way. You want to know, if you're not in the community, do you want to know how I updated the community this weekend? I said literally nothing has changed. And it's because literally nothing has changed. Base case is still exactly the same. Luke says, it's hard to accept that more than 50% of this year is gone. That is crazy. Time flies by. Guys, if you feel like this year has been a difficult year trading because you're listening to a bunch of different narratives, and it's just been, especially from a swing trading perspective, you haven't had much success, I would highly recommend you join the community, because over the course of this year, we've been shorting every single relief rally. And for most of the local bottoms, we've gone a pretty epic long. Now, this local bottom for Bitcoin, this previous one, I think it was here. I did not take many long trades. In fact, I took a couple of stop losses in this range while maintaining my existing short, and then I've added to my position. But for the most part, we've been smashing this year in the community. And I have no shame in promoting my community because you're trading with your own money. Some people join the community and they don't take trades for a little bit and they wait and see how the market moves. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Not taking a trade is taking a trade. That is the trade. Right now we're into the value area high. Almost. I want to see a push up. The legend is here. Sup, Matt? Hello. Legends, I want to know how was your trading year so far? We're 50. Is it true? How 50%? It's insane. Can't hear the background music, Zia Talks. All right, I'll turn it up a bit. It's crazy though, because on my side, I can hear it very well. Let's see. Is this a little bit better? I want to make sure that you can hear me properly. All right. Okay. FX Bliss says your trading has been good since you started watching me. Well, that is one of the best comments I can receive. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Why is your point of control at 62K when use it, it's 64? I don't know. I don't know. I started my range here at the beginning of June. I'm using the Bybit Perpetuals chart, and I saw your other comment, my man, asking about how to draw out this range. So I'll do a couple of tutorials, I think, but I unfortunately have not been on the ball when it comes to tutorials. That's the reality. Wow. Purchase media. I love these comments, guys. I love these comments. Purchase media says 100% loss rate pre-CBM, 86% win rate post-CBM. I mean, legends, I promise you I'm not paying Purchase Media to say this. He's sharing his results being in my group. The group is a community where if you already, here's what I would say. I'm gonna keep it real with you. If you are a brand new trader with limited capital, there is a chance that maybe the group isn't the best group for you. If you're an existing trader and you've been trading the market for a few years, maybe 1 year, maybe just a few months, and you have a little bit of capital, and you really want to hone in your swing trading capabilities, I would say that my group is perfect for you. Purchase Media joined the group and he was already trading the crypto market. You can see he has results before he even tuned into the group. I would say that the group is mainly for people that know a little bit about trading at least. If you're brand spanking new to trading and you're trading with the minimum $500, I would recommend honestly watching the content and getting into the crypto market before you decide to join my community. Reminder guys, my community is not paid. I share all of my trades, entries, stop losses, invalidations, everything is shared in there. But it might not be for everyone. I try to simplify trading on the channel, and sometimes there's a couple of things that we need to consider before entering trades. It's not as simple as, for example, price hits this level, therefore I take the entry, I take the trade. There's a couple things that you have to look at before entering the trades, and I try to share that within the community. So again, I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm here to tell you that if you're serious about trading and you're just getting into it, maybe you watch the channel a little bit more before joining. If you've been trading the crypto market and you're tired of scalping even, maybe the community is suited to you. Are we too late to enter Zcash? I have not even looked at Zcash for quite some time, guys. Tutorials would be epic. Kali Compiler is also part of the community. No, Zia Talks, guys, someone asks, Zia Talks is asking about Binance. Guys, I wouldn't be trading on Binance personally. I'm not a fan of Binance. I've talked about this on the channel before. Most people that have been trading on Binance, if they want a massive exchange to join my community, well, I now have the option for Kraken. So you can join with Kraken. A lot of people are already trading on Kraken if that's interesting to you. But unfortunately, Binance will probably not be an option for the foreseeable future. Swing trading has been working really well for me, says FX Bliss. I'm very happy about that. Just answering, Junkman, I'm here. Going through some comments, guys. Going through some comments. Is your hype long still? Are you still in your hype long? Yes, my friends. I am still in 6 active trades. My big Bitcoin shorts, my hype long, my Tau shorts, another Bitcoin short, which we took for the Clarity Act pump. This one I'll probably add to my position if we see the price action that I'm looking for. My Bitcoin long from $58,000, which I've continuously taken profits on the way up. And of course, the Bitcoin short that I took last week, right at the anchored VWAP, $66,800. This was also shared within the community. Are we gonna long Bitcoin today, bro? I don't know, man. Let's see. Let's see. We're currently getting rejected at this prior wick, $65,600. Rocky says, what's up, man? Is it possible to join in your community? I have an existing account on Kraken. There's no option for Kraken. I've already DM'd you your Telegram. Yes, so within the automation, I don't have an option for Kraken yet. But if you DM me your public UID on Kraken, then you're good to go. You literally just have to wait a little bit. It's a bit of a manual process. 24 to at most 72 hours, and you should be good to go. Good morning, myths, says Gemma Gov. Mariana Cracks. Bonjour, Matt. Can you tutor on your trading strategy? I can do a tutorial. Yep. UTOP, unfortunately, the answer is no, you cannot. All right. Hey, Matt, would you ever buy DEX? No, I wouldn't. Annex says, Let's go through some comments, guys. Pop out chat. Sorry, there's a lot of you guys tuning in. It's very difficult right now to ensure that I answer everyone at the same time. All right. Rocky, sounds good. All right, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but by the Anek, can I just say Anek? Is that sorry if I'm not saying it properly. By the way, I wanted to thank you because by trading with your private channel, I was able to make $8,000, and I'll spend half of it on my nephew's education at an American university. Guys, this is a great example. Take your profits and use your profits for good stuff. Oftentimes, people just keep their profits on the exchange and then they trade with more and more and more capital. And while that's okay, once you're content with some profits, it's great to use those profits. Lovely to see this. Very, very happy to read that comment. Cut out all the noise. I only listen to 3 people now and do my thing. Now I'm only $600 away from your 25K trading group, my priority folder. Awesome, man. Any news today? There's a little bit of news, but it's not that significant. I was watching some YouTube creator that kept shorting the daily bullish divergence up, and he got wrecked like 6 times and roasted by his subscribers. Guys, I try my best to not make fun of specific crypto YouTubers. I have personally had losses in this market, like we all do as traders, but this is the thing. It's super, super important that you do your own analysis as well. I will keep on banging on that drum because if you're, like, let's say, Jose John, let's say you're someone that can clearly see that there's bullish divergences on the way up. And based on this comment, I'm assuming you didn't get wrecked watching this other crypto YouTuber. But if you can do your own analysis and clearly see this, then you're someone that wouldn't have taken whatever trades he's talking about and that he's personally getting wrecked on. So, guys, there's less and less people watching crypto. There's less and less people producing content in crypto. The market is boring. I understand. But we're going to be here until the market turns around. That I can assure you of. So, did you have any difficulties leaving a runner go? If yes, some tips to overcome it. Darius, the best thing that I could recommend to letting a runner go is by already taking profits and having a couple of early profit target zones. For example, you know, you see Bitcoin is, let's move this out of the way for now. You see Bitcoin is at 65K. Today we've had a little bit of a rejection at $65,700 going into the new week. I'm in some active trades, and my Bitcoin long that I took within the community was taken at $58,000. Some of you might be asking, okay, we're getting rejected. Why aren't you taking more profits from this trade? It's because I've already taken 60K profits. So in my opinion, the only way, this is my experience, the only way that I can really let runners go and let runners continue is by actually taking profits on those runners, but not fully taking the profits. Because now the worst case scenario for me on this Bitcoin long trade that we took within the community at $58,000 is that I lose out on my unrealized profits of $37,000. That's like the only worst case scenario. I would get stopped out on this trade. That's it. Taluk says, what's your view on college? Look, I enjoyed college, or I should say, I went to university in Canada. I enjoyed it, but I cannot say that I got a ton of value from it. I don't think it's contributed to my success now, but I had a lot of fun. And fun in life is important. That's what I will say. I established great relationships, and I can't complain. So that's my view of it. It's not necessary if you want to become a trader. It's not necessary if you want to start a business, because you have to remember, let's say you go to a couple of these business classes. If your professor, in most cases, not always, I had a couple of professors in my university period that actually had successful businesses, but in most cases, if your university professor is teaching you about business, why don't they have a successful business? Right? Why are you taking advice? Why are you learning from someone that doesn't have proof of success? Maybe they do, and they decided to just continue running their business as they try to teach, but it's something that we have to consider. So in my opinion, it's not necessary, at least for what I wanted to do. Jay Beer says, very expensive fun. Yes, it is. Christopher Schmidt says, I have been recommending only 2 crypto YouTubers to my work associates, and you are one of them. I have profited much more since following your patterns because it's proven. Absolutely awesome. Love to hear that comment. Absolutely awesome. Bitcoin's dumping a little bit. Stock market opens in 1 hour. Semi says, I've been watching the lives too much because I know what banger of a tune comes on next. Yeah, I need to fix my tunes a little bit because they're getting a bit repetitive. When you do 8-hour live streams, I shouldn't say 8 because I've only done 8-hour plus maybe twice. It's important that I start changing the music a little bit. Hi, my bro Mustafa. Nice to see you. All right, legends. All right, today is going to be an interesting day. Let's see if we have some more trades within the community. I've 2 trades last week, like I said. They're both in profit right now. One of them has their stop loss at break even already, so they're risk-free. How do you manage the percentage of your portfolio that you use for trading futures, spot, or HODL long term? So I kind of consider spot my HODL long term at this point. What I mean by this is we've entered a period in crypto where you can't just hold a random altcoin and hope that it will go up 10x over a year. You can't do that. You're just throwing your money away. Can it happen? Can you get that 10x? The answer is yes, but it's very risky. I rather trade the market. So usually my general rule of thumb, this is what I followed in the previous cycle, is that you try to have a trading portfolio of minimum 2x. Sorry, you try to have a spot portfolio minimum 2x that of your trading portfolio. So if I have $1 million to trade with from a spot portfolio perspective, that would mean that my trading portfolio is 500K. But I'm changing this. I'm probably going to be closer 1-to-1 at this point. Maybe even reversing it. Because I make more money trading this market than I do holding from a spot portfolio perspective. So why would I not lean into my strengths? So you're telling me there's a chance. I don't want to. I will be the last person that you listen to that says hold altcoins. I think it's bullshit. Looks dumpy. Anyone from Cameroon? CBM, Digibyte, now the Digidollar. I think Coinbase will list DGB. Lots of potential at this point. Someone says Bitcoin looks like shit right now. Let's see. Someone said Shamkan, good evening everyone. Hi my bro. I read somewhere someone said they're all into shorts. Okay. UTOP 24. I am all into shorts. Will my liquidation at 82K? Am I safe? Legends, I still find it baffling, and especially you UTOP 24. You've been tuning into the live streams regularly. I find it crazy that you're still asking questions like this. Why are you leading the question with your liquidation price? Come on. What I will say is I actually think that Bitcoin can top out well before 82K, but I'm not going to tell you that you're safe with your liquidation price. It's crazy. It's crazy that you ask this. You should have an invalidation before you get liquidated, man. I am long on BNB. Yo, Matt, what's the plan for next year? Well, if you guys believe in the 4-year cycle, the plan should be that the next 3 years after we establish a bear market bottom are basically up. That's it. So we long the pullbacks. That's my view for 3 years straight. As you know, I like to simplify trading, and that's basically what I would look for. You're gambling without a stop loss, says Jay Beers. Please explain how much you lost before you became profitable. Guys, I've been trading the crypto markets. I shouldn't say actively trading. Like actively trading, it's around 6-7 years. But I've been in the crypto markets now for almost a decade. If you consider swapping between spot trading, then yeah. How much I lost. So you've heard me say this before on the channel. To make my first $1,000, I lost multiple hundreds of dollars. To make my first tens of thousands of dollars, I lost thousands of dollars. To make my first tens of thousands of dollars, I lost thousands of dollars. I just repeated myself there. To make my first 100,000s, I ended up losing tens of thousands. So on and so forth. So you always incur some losses along the way. But the thing is, over time, you really get a feel for the markets. And now that once you become profitable, you realize, number one, how boring trading actually is. And number two, that most of the information online is just noise. And you have to filter out the noise. Guys, Antonio says, shorted from 65.6K golden pocket retracement on daily time frame with VWAP. Easy money. Easy money, says Antonio. Which VWAP are you talking about? Did you do an anchored VWAP from the local top here? I mean, I made $45,000 in 2 months from $900. I gave $3,500 back in 2 days this weekend. I have 10 left. Kali compiler. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Guys, you know that I've said this multiple times on the stream. Volume negates luck. Volume, not trading volume. Volume in the sense of how often and how consistent you are with something almost guarantees success. I am a firm believer that if you keep on pushing in any endeavor, you can be successful. Now, if you don't see any results after 2 serious years of trading, like in terms of finding an edge or making less mistakes, because you have to track your progress, then maybe it makes sense to pivot to something else. But for the most part, in anything that you do, the more consistent and the more volume the more likely you are to succeed. Let's see. Ripple is using wormhole W. Guys, we don't talk about some nonsense alts. Danielle said, I made 70K when I shorted from 81,500 with 2K, ended up with 18K because I didn't know what I was doing. Now I'm managing risk a lot and chilling because opportunities arise. Exactly. There are unlimited opportunities in this market. Always. That's something that you have to remember, especially if you've incurred some losses along the way. There's always going to be a new opportunity in the markets. This is why trading is so great, because there's on any given day another opportunity. Now, as a swing trader, we're a little bit more patient than the scalpers, but for the most part, this is valid. Thoughts on hyperliquid? I am still in my hyperliquid long trade. You can see that we're up around $13,000. This has just been hovering around, guys. You know, I don't really have much else to say. I shared all these trades that you're seeing on screen within the community. If you want to join the community and see how a swing trader trades, remember, you have the first link in the description down below. If you scroll down and DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my private group. Now, if you join the community through this first link and you sign up, you actually have an exclusive bonus where you can get 30% off your fees, VIP 3 for 7 days. So if you're a big trader and you're looking for a new exchange, This makes a lot of sense. VIP 3 for 7 days. That's exclusive only if you join through the first link in the description down below. So you have to click on here. It brings you to Telegram. Then you click send message and you DM me the keyword BTC to join. There may be some new trade setups this week. So let's see how the price action develops. Did you take a lot of risk to build your account to be comfy? No. No, I did not. As I said multiple times, I kept on funding my trading accounts with money earned from my full-time job and my business, and I gradually grew my accounts over time. Can we get a long-term discount on fees through you if we trade with 80K? Yes, you can. The way to sort that out is DM me on Telegram and tell me. And basically, I can get you at least 1 month of VIP tiers on Bluffin. And it's obviously up to you to keep up a certain amount of trading volume to keep those fees lower. But if you are trading with over 50K, over 100K, over $1 million, there's a couple of community members that are doing that, and they are getting continuous fee discounts on Telegram. If you've messaged me, we can sort that out. Mainly on Bluffin though. Crypto is like weight loss and fitness. There's a whole lot of information and most of it is noise. You need to sift through all of it and test it personally for legitimacy. You're not noise. Jose John, I really appreciate the comment, man. And I largely agree with this. Almost to the point where some of you guys have messaged me saying, I cannot believe how simple your trading strategies are. And the truth is, you find a strategy that works, and like Grigor mentioned in the comments here, risk management, probabilistic mindset, and patience. That's how simple trading is. That's it. That's literally it. I see too many people that have trigger finger, which basically just means they always want to enter a trade. They always need to be entering a new trade, and their dopamine receptors are fried. That's why I got out of the habit of scalping, and I've just been swing trading for several years now. Niels Samp, how did you get that 58K entry? What were your confluences and how much percentage did you risk there to set that limit order there? And what was your stop loss? No, I did not actually set a limit order. This was executed market order. I was actually on vacation when I took this 58K long. And the confluence, the main confluence that I was looking at was literally the 2024 value area high. A tap into this level. Sorry, value area low, I should say. So you can see we have this range where Bitcoin consolidated for quite some time. These ranges tend to be respected when the price comes back down and taps into them at a later date. And it's been years since we established this range, but this was a pivotal consolidation period for Bitcoin. And I was looking at the value area low, which always tends to provide at least some kind of bounce. Did I know? This is a good thing to talk about. Did I know that when we tapped into this level, Bitcoin would rally from 58K all the way up to almost $67,000? No, I did not know. Because I actually entered on this red candle and you can see that price swept it again. My stop loss on this trade was $56,000. We were also, so there was that, the 2024 value area low. There was, the liquidity was insane, guys. We grabbed so much downside liquidity and there was so many longs piling in. However, on the way down, as we grabbed that downside liquidity, the chart here that you're looking at was basically reversed. So there was a ridiculous amount of shorts on the way down expecting the next low. But one of our key scenarios that we've been tracking on the channel for so long now has been the 2018 relief rally scenario. So price doesn't always replicate exactly what happened in the last bear markets, but in 2022 we just capitulated and then we had a summer relief rally. In 2018, it was very different in the sense of we swept the low that we established at the beginning of the year. And if you've been watching me on the channel for quite some time, apologies because I'm repeating myself on this, but Bitcoin created a low at the beginning of the year. And then we swept the low, and that was enough to justify the summer rally where Bitcoin effectively rallied 40, almost 50% up until that 200-day moving average. This was the scenario that we were tracking. Low at the beginning of the year at $5,900. Then we sweep the low at $5,700. And we were discussing the 2018 potential simulation for a trade setup. And actually, that's exactly what happened. 10x, $59,000 low at the beginning of the year. $57,000 low, and now we're getting that summer relief rally. So there was a lot of confluence to go long around that level. You can see that every single bear market, Bitcoin has been getting these kinds of relief rallies. Take a look at 2022, the last bear market, July, 16.8% rally. 2018, 21% rally. And now, would you look at that? Almost a 12% rally. So that was the confluence for my trade. And I risked 2% of my trading portfolio on this trade. So now we've secured 60K profit within the community, and I'm holding out the rest of this position because I think we can go higher. But to be perfectly honest with you guys, my stop loss is at break even at this point. The only trade where my stop loss is not at break even is my hype long trade that I took within the community last week. And that's it. So I hope I answered your question, my man. Sorry if I was rambling on, but there was a lot of confluence, a lot of liquidity building up. We had the 2018 scenario. And this is why when people say that looking at historical price action is bullshit, when people say that, I just simply disagree with them because a lot of the times it provides that extra layer of confluence to be able to enter a new trade in the market. Now, it isn't a carbon copy. It never is. Things always happen a little bit differently, but it was pretty damn spot on. Daniel, when do you think you'll TP on your 57K long? It was a 58K long, and I've already TP'd multiple times on the way up. My next TP, I would like to see Bitcoin hit the 67K plus level and 69K ideally. Sounds good. You'll change from Bybit to Bluffin. Sounds good, my man. Let me know when you're ready, and we'll do it. You're welcome to join the community, guys. Remember, if you want to join the community, it is a community where you're trading with your own capital. The way it works is you trade on any of these exchanges down below, and we get you into the community and you trade with your own capital. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. If you're already trading on Kraken, we can get you under my referral. The way it works is you click this link, you DM me the keyword BTC, and you click your trading on another exchange. We have like buttons, click other exchange, click, and then you'll be able to join on Kraken as well with your existing account. I know that we have a lot of people that are already trading on there, so no need to make a new account if you're trading on there. All right, guys. It's almost 9 a.m. and we're getting close to that market open. Sesh Monkey, hey Matt, just got back from holiday. Happy to see you. Macau, let's go. Macau, you're late. How could you, man? How could you? All right. I would like to see Bitcoin go higher, guys. I have to keep it real with you. We have not hit my confluence zone. The legendary CBM. So, hey boss, how you doing? Nick Tooney, my man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Okay, let's go through some comments. EU top 24. I cannot believe one thing. On a bright sunlight day out of nowhere, that seems there is no opportunity for a swing trade, and you just enter the trade and it ends up being the top bottom. I mean, that's how it works, right? I wait for the levels and then I enter the trade at high confluence zones. And $58,000 was a high confluence zone. I think something that you guys need to understand about me is I hardly had to even think about entering the trade because I was ready to enter the trade. I was ready to enter that trade when Bitcoin was trading at $65,000. You get what I'm saying? There was a lot of confluence, and so it was almost a no-brainer for me to enter that trade. And Grigor says you'll start to see it at some point. Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys will start to see it. If you're in the community, I hope you've already been seeing it, because we've been really killing it over this bear market, really. 120 likes, please smash the like button. Thank you very much, Ty Yib. I appreciate it. Is 67K a good price to short? Good question. Let's talk about it. So, shoot. So, if you're in the community, you know that we talked about potential levels to short Bitcoin when we had this relief rally. And keep in mind, guys, this rejection at the anchored VWAP from the 82K pivot was a trade that we took within the community. So I took a short at $66,800. I took profits a little bit prematurely, I will admit that, not happy about that, but we've secured around 5K profit on this trade, and now I'm holding out. But we basically caught the perfect local top last week as well. But the levels that I've been eyeing, like when Bitcoin was pumping here, I had a couple of levels. I had this pivot because we have these wicks up here. And a big level that I was eyeing was 67.2 and 67.5. Now, something that's interesting about these levels is Bitcoin started to pump aggressively, and because we tapped into the anchored VWAP, it was enough for me to take a new position on a short. And all of my comments on the live stream at this time were saying basically, I don't know, man. I think we're going to go above 67. I don't know, man. I think we're going to go to 67.5. I'm going to wait for the short at 67.5. And that added a little bit of confluence to me justifying a short trade from here. Because If everyone's looking at a level, we tend to front run the level. That, along with the anchored VWAP, and we did have a liquidity pocket right here at the time, was good enough for me to enter a short. Now let's see if we can tap into those levels. Grigor says, we use you as a signal. You use us as a signal. Yes, Semi, there is a big liquidity pocket at 67.5. Absolutely there is. Absolutely. Jose John says, tell them it's not going up in a straight line. Guys, it's not going up in a straight line. All right, we've asked this question multiple times on the streams before. I see a lot of familiar faces. But how are relief rallies depicted on the chart in bear markets? Give me one word for how I've been describing the relief rallies. One word. Only one word. What have we been discussing on the live streams within the community? How do relief rallies develop? How are they depicted on the chart? Choppy, chop, choppy, 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 choppy. Yes. I mean, legends, if this isn't choppy, I don't know what is. And when Bitcoin moves like this, let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. The higher time frame analysis from my perspective is still exactly the same. Let's not kid ourselves. This price action to the upside is price action that is perfectly creating liquidity to the downside. Look at the 30-day liquidation map. I mean, come on. The longs will get wiped. They will get absolutely wiped. But maybe we just wreck those shorts first. Grimy, so dirty. Playing both sides. Ugly. Yes, ugly. Guys, the word is ugly. Grigor is correct, but choppy is also fair. So this is just something that we have to consider. And in fact, what we're seeing here is exactly what we get with these bear market relief rallies. That's why I would love for Bitcoin to, on the highest of time frames, wipe out all of the shorts and then just nuke it after. On the 30-day, you can see that the longs are catching up. I don't think that this is a sufficient drawdown for the bear market bottom to be in. Those are just my thoughts. You might disagree with me, and in fact, if you've been watching my channel, you know that we've talked about how buying Bitcoin sub 60K was the first initial entry of the bear markets. I have a lot of 6-figure, 7-figure whales within my community that, based on this analysis, have started to DCA into, but I still think we can head lower. But the idea is to not catch the perfect bottom. It's to just have that exposure if you're looking for exposure. If history is to repeat, Bitcoin can go lower after wherever this relief rally takes us. Do you think Clarity Act will pass before the end of August? Something to discuss, actually. Guys, I largely disagree with this. I talked about it in my last video. I think that a lot of people are now talking about this narrative that because some exchanges are shutting down that the bottom is in, but there's no dead bodies floating. It's kind of just been pretty standard shutdowns, right? And so I don't think that the bottom is in. That's still my base case. I'm still playing the long side, mainly with hype and my big Bitcoin long that I took from the lows within the community, but I don't think that the bottom is in. Just my thoughts. Bro, how do you find your trade setups? You're currently in hype and Tau trades. Do you have a list of charts coins that you check daily to look for setups? Do you get tips off of other trading buddies? No, I don't get tips off of other trading buddies, and I rarely look at altcoins. I rarely look at altcoins before looking at Bitcoin. However, what I typically do look for is, for example, if we see that a lot of people are getting excited about a specific altcoin, and I'm keeping it real with you guys, I do monitor my Twitter sometimes. For example, if all of a sudden people are bull posting saying that the Tau bottom is in, that was the case for my Tau short position. Everyone was bull posting this one, and all I saw on the Tau chart was bearish structure, and everyone was getting very excited up here. Look at this, guys. High, lower high, lower high, lower high. So I was speculating on another lower high from around this zone, and that was good enough for me to enter a trade with tons of longs jumping in here. So that was one of the things that I look at. The general narrative and which altcoins are getting a lot of attention. More recently, with hype, I noticed that a lot of people are saying that the top is in and that we're in a distribution phase. And so I'm happy to take on a little bit of risk on that trade. But I mainly trade Bitcoin because Bitcoin has the most amount of liquidity and it's the most reliable. This also mitigates the question that I've been getting in my community, which is like, okay, man, your community is starting to grow. What happens if we all take a trade? Aren't the market makers just going to flush us all? If we're trading Bitcoin mainly, the probabilities of us impacting the market are very slim. It doesn't matter if I have 10, 20, 100 people trading with over $1 million in my group. We're hardly going to make a dent in the price action of Bitcoin. Daniel, just curious, I usually look at multiple YouTubers and compare opinions. Do you ever look at other YouTubers for another perspective? Very, very rarely. From a trading perspective, I don't look at anyone. So you just trade against the majority? No. It's not, I like to simplify things, but it's not that simple. But in general, if I have confluence on the chart and a lot of people are thinking the other way around, that adds an extra layer of confluence. Stock market opens in 23 minutes, legends. Matsur, do you know the Wyckoff schematic? Looks like it's the same as now. I don't really follow Wyckoff that much, but it does look the same. Cowan is pretty good for long term. I respect him. Yes, guys, I try to provide analysis in a way that investors and traders can take advantage of the information that I'm sharing. However, someone like Benjamin Cowan doesn't really like trade with leverage. He is more of a spot portfolio kind of guy, but his analysis has been largely spot on. I like to take advantage of these kinds of bear market relief rallies and these dumps in the bear market to trade with leverage, because what this does for me is I end up making money on the way down, and this money can then be used to accumulate spot and also gives me more trading capital for the next ride up. So I like to make money on the way down. If you know how to do it, it's great. And that's what I've been trying to teach you guys within the community. Daniel says, so if I were to learn as a beginner, how do I learn fast? Well, that's, you see the problem with your question there, right? Everyone wants things fast. Now, fast. You guys see the trades that I'm taking, you see the capital that I'm using, but you don't see the years that it took for me to be able to be comfortable trading in the way that I do. Everyone wants things fast. The only thing that I can say is when I started the YouTube channel, the idea was give people the guidance that I wish I would have had when I started trading crypto. And that's it. So I hope I'm fulfilling that. Based on some of the comments that I'm getting, I think I'm doing a decent job, but there's always room for improvement. So what I would recommend is keep tuning into the content, keep watching, keep learning. I would recommend you join the community if you haven't already, and take your time with it. You don't need to rush into these things. That's the beautiful thing about the markets, right? The market will always be there. Always. The market was there before you were born. Maybe not the crypto market, but the market will be there after you are gone as well. So just take it easy. Take it easy, right? I will try to provide some more tutorials. I think that could be helpful, but I want to stop mentioning that, hey, I'm going to post tutorials until I actually have tutorials to post, because I think that some of you guys might be getting frustrated about me saying, hey, I'm going to post tutorials, and then I end up just taking my time with it. I think that a lot of you guys get value out of the live streams, mostly based on the feedback that I've been receiving, because you can see me analyze the price action in real time. But I think proper tutorials could be good. And I'd probably share my tutorials to my community, with my community members, well before I make them live on the YouTube channel. Just keeping it real. So yeah, someone asked about Mind Pillar. Someone asked about MindPillar, which is the tool that I use for a lot of my analysis. In fact, I use it for most of my analysis. We just launched something very, very interesting. So if you want the premium version of MindPillar, which gives you access to literally everything that I use in this market, remember, guys, if you're already trading with me, you have access to this tool forever. And it's basically free because you trade with your own money. So if you've signed up with any of these links down below, well, you'll have access to MindPillar forever. We're still rolling it out, but basically, I want to make this tool for investors and traders. And I use this very, very often. Someone said, 4x Chris said, from $1,200 in the last 3 years, then I lost. Purchase media, really? That's sick. How do I gain access to MindPillar? So if you're already purchase media, which you're already trading with me, basically you can create a MindPillar account using the link in the description down below. I think you could do like Google login, or you can just sign up with an email, and then you connect, go to like the plan section, and if you paste your user ID that you're using on Bluffin to be part of my community, you will get the premium account. So you're already trading with me. I know you are because you're part of the community. So yeah, you get access to all of these tools for free. And guys, this is just the beginning. We keep on developing this. The idea with this tool is, again, to give you as traders the best possible tools in the market. And also from an investment standpoint, you know, I like to look at things like Bitcoin terminal versus the terminal price and the realized and balanced price, which is where I think Bitcoin will likely bottom out in this bear market. We also have the drawdown from all-time high. All of these tools from an investment standpoint. We also have the macro calendar. We're building this out to be the best possible tool. So hey, Matt, where do you think we can find a hype long entry here? I know you already entered, but it's having a correction now. So what I would say is hype's price action it's largely based on Bitcoin at this point. I want to see us pump all the way up to 63.3. That would be a very good TP zone for me. But the reason I'm comfortable taking this trade is because of my other positions in this market. What you want to see here is us holding above 58.2. This would be very nice. If we hold above here, we may be shifting from these lower lows to the structure changing. And if we go on the 4-hour time frame, something that I think is important for us to consider is maybe a retrace to the 0.5 to keep it simple. But let's see if we get that retrace. It's largely based on what Bitcoin does at this time. Legends, if you want to join the community and get access to all the tools that I'm often showing on the channel without paying me, because the way that it works is you trade with your own capital, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group, where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You have the bonuses down below as well. It's now there is just basically what I'm trying to say is there's no reason for you guys to not join. I understand that some people are already comfortable with their exchanges. A lot of people were trading on Kraken before hearing about my community, and now we have the option for Kraken. If you want to transfer under my referral, you can do so within the community. But now this is basically what you get for moving over to Bluffin or BTCC or Kraken or Weeks or all these exchanges that I have. This is basically what you get to make them your main trading platform. One, you get the exclusive bonuses that you see in the description down below. Two, you get access to my community. Three, you get access to the tools that we're building out to you. As long as you're an active trader, you will always have access to those tools. There's not much more I can add. I'm trying to provide as much value as possible, but if that doesn't work for you, then again, maybe you just keep watching. But as I say, most of the trades that I take are shared within the community. It's very rare that I enter one of my big swing trades on the stream. I've taken a couple scalps, but my big swing trades are usually not shared on the stream. I'm just keeping it real with you because the price action develops in a way where somehow, some way, it just always tends to be I'm not on stream and then the price does what I want it to do and then I enter a long or a short. Someone said, losing 4K, man, what to do? I need more context than that, my man. Hey, Matt, Tesla might be a good opportunity considering it had one of its worst days in its trading history just recently. Cheese bubble. Okay, we'll take a look at Tesla later. Sounds good. The stock market opens in 12 minutes. Last time Bitcoin Clarity Act. I see. Yeah, last time Bitcoin did dump after we had the Clarity Act stuff not playing out. Man, the chat is delayed for some reason. So I'm gonna pop out chat again. Okay. Let's go through some comments before the stock market opens here. All right. Let's go through some comments. There's an altcoin, respectfully, I don't want to mention the name of until you agree, but I lost a lot of money on it, and I don't know if I should sell or keep dollar cost averaging. The thing is, most altcoins trend towards zero. So if you already had a very explosive phase where that altcoin pumped significantly, I would probably err on the side of caution. Let's leave a poll. Bank 1,600% in 3 weeks. What a missing. Not at all. It's a shit coin. Shivam Rocking. Hey, I know many people told you this already, but still you need more praise. You are doing a great job for many new traders to learn a lot. I'm glad I'm providing the value you're looking for. Guys, I love to read these comments. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Hey Matt, have you ever seen a market like this where Bitcoin tends to make its moves either in the morning at New York Open and then again from 3 to 6 a.m. during UK session, like clockwork every day? No, I haven't really been paying attention to it, but the thing is, what you can do is you can backtest what you're saying in AI. So you could put it into Claude and say, and basically share the patterns that you've been seeing, and you can see if there's any kind of trading edge to that. Can you give a brief explanation on the Mind Pillar charts? Yeah, I can. So, oh gosh, I'm fiddling around so much today. My apologies, legends. Jeez. Okay. So, it depends which Mind Pillar chart you're talking about, but this one is about CVD divergence. So, basically, on the 15-minute, there is potential bullish CVD divergence, but on the 5, I think there was bearish. Oh, this one's a bit split here. Basically, whenever the check mark shows, it means that the trade has played out, and 72% has been playing out. Now, this tool basically lets you see how the longs are jumping into the market, and we've actually developed a new one with order flow, which I'll talk about. And this helps you particularly from a scalping perspective, in my opinion. Now, you can zoom out and look at the 4-hour chart, which is also helpful, but I think this is pretty standard pullback. So let's see. And if you want to take a screenshot of this while you're at it, I would highly recommend you do so, guys. Screenshot this. When I access Mind Pillar, I get to upgrade to Trader $69 per month. I am a premium member of your group, Matt. Does anyone else have this problem? That should not be the case. That should not be the case, so maybe I need to do a tutorial. I'm going to share this with the team right now. If you are already trading with me, the tool is free. Yo, thumbs up. Thanks for the answer. I appreciate you. Of course, 8 minutes till open, 5 minutes till open. Nice Cartier. Oh, you noticed. Thanks, man. Yeah, I like it. It's like I like to use it as my daily watch, guys. Honestly, would love to see how you set up your charts. Also, how to get the fib levels, how to set up the VWAPs, EMA, volume. Pretty much if I was an alien starting to trade today. Matt, you should add AI in Mind Pillar. It's already in the works, my man. Bro, I follow you since your early days. Nice. Do you expect pump at stock market open? Based on the fact that we're dumping, maybe a little bit of a pump. Yes. I'm getting so much better just being here daily. Watts Miner. Absolutely amazing. When is the buzz cut coming? Oof. The buzz cut comes when it's lock-in mode. And what I mean by this is the buzz cut, I think, starts at the beginning of the bull market. So maybe when we're in the bear market, at the bear market bottom, which a lot of people consider the start of the bull market in 2027, but I consider the start of the bull market at the bear market bottom, so near the bear markets. I think that that's a very, very nice time to buzz the head, get the buzz cut, lock in, and then we start doing 10-hour streams a day. I'm going to go absolutely ballistic. Show the watch. Stock market open in 3 minutes, guys. Stock market open in 3 minutes. Buzz cut indicator will be bear market bottom. Someone said 10-hour live stream? Yeah, man. I think it could be fun. And I'm telling you, some of you, I don't think some of you believe me when I say that basically I'm going to be only taking longs over the course of the bull market. There will be some shorts, of course. But for the most part, guys, it's going to be looking for swing longs in the market. That's it. Bro, I want to ask you, what do you do when you feel like there's a 50-50 chance of the market going into favor? And on the charts are not very clear when you enter a trade or you avoid. I mean, you got it, man. You got it. If I genuinely think that there's no edge to enter a trade, I don't enter a trade. And this is something that I think a lot of you guys could learn. You don't always need to be entering new trades. I have 6 active positions in this market, and I don't feel compelled to enter many new trades. I think a couple of weeks ago, I was at 3 active positions. So all these trades that you're seeing here were shared within my group. And if I don't think that I can enter a trade, I simply don't enter a trade if the market doesn't give me a reason to enter a trade. There's a difference between trading and gambling, right? Do you prefer seeing the stock market as a whole or break it down into each days? It will be helpful for me to know as a day trader. I have to be honest, guys, I just DCA into the stock market. I don't necessarily take on a bunch of trades in stocks. I think that as a whole, the stock market can experience a correction later this year, and maybe that coincides with Bitcoin's correction. And now the stock market is open. The stock market is open. I love it when I'm on the stream for at least an hour before stock market opens. But if you're a day trader, please understand that I am more of a Bitcoin trader. I think that what we're seeing here with the stock market is just distribution. Darren Mitchell says, I made 6K yesterday. Nice, man. Legends, if you haven't already, smash that like button. Should be a great stream today. And I would highly recommend you join the community where you trade with your own capital. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if that interests you. You're not paying me to join. So Darren Mitchell says that he made 6K yesterday trading. Much appreciated for your knowledge on the markets. I pushed the button. I pushed the button and made my own choices. I've learned to sit on my hands and be patient. Awesome. Dun, 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 dun. If we, I think, I'm going to be honest, guys, I think that this has continuation to the upside. Shavam Rocking says, I think ETH is the only alt that will heavily outperform Bitcoin in the coming years, knowing that during last cycle, ETH did not perform as expected, but ETH adoption is huge now in the coming years. Okay, so let's talk about something. Number one, I must say that I am highly interested in Ethereum if we get a very deep pullback this bear market. So what this could look like, if ETH gets into this zone in the bear market, assuming Bitcoin gets another pullback, which is still my base case, in my community, I'll let you guys know if I decide to buy some spots, as always. But this zone is very interesting. I would love, I mean, guys, if ETH makes it down here, it's a no-brainer, which is sub $1,000. That might sound crazy to some of you, but like I will almost blindly buy ETH. And while I do agree with you, Shavam, I have to say that it is a very dangerous mentality to have, to assume that because a coin underperformed in the previous cycle, that it has to perform well in the next cycle. I agree that adoption is still big, and most of the things that we're seeing in crypto will be built on Ethereum, but it's still a dangerous mentality to have. So just keep that in mind. Because a lot of the times, altcoins underperform one cycle, and then people think, okay, next cycle it'll be good, and then it just continues dumping and dumping and dumping and dumping. So be careful with that. Agreed. Do you think Clarity Act will pass before the end of August? I mean, I'm not a fortune teller, although some of you may think that I am a fortune teller. Oh, look at that. We're pumping on open, guys. You guys asked me if I thought we would pump. We're pumping. I want to see Bitcoin rally into FOMC. But I think the moment we get close to FOMC, plus or minus a few days, which is starting now, it's important to be careful. Someone said MicroStrategy is up 5%. Guys, I'm not a fan of MicroStrategy. If you're new to the channel, I'd rather own the underlying asset, which is Bitcoin. There's a saying something like previous data does not tell the future. That is completely accurate, Nikita. Previous data does not guarantee the future. It does not. However, we can use it to model out what could happen, and you can use it as confluence. It's not the be-all, end-all, but you can use it as confluence. Pumping in the middle of you saying you're not a fortune teller was kind of funny. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Ideally, you want to see a push above here. So my game plan is like this short that I took last week was a smaller short where I've already taken profits. If we sweep up above this level, I get stopped out at break even after making $5,000 on that smaller trade. I think it's possible that we can see that. I think it's possible that we see that. All the trades that you're seeing, Legends, were shared within my community. Reminder, if you're already trading on something like Kraken or BTCC, you don't need to create a new account. You could simply join my community and we can transfer you under my referral, which is very, very easy to do. Particularly Kraken, because I know they've been around for a long time and people are already trading on there. I'd recommend you join the community using your Kraken account. We're pumping. In my opinion, you're a fortune teller, man. Guys, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the kind words. And at the bottom of my heart, I do wish I could be a fortune teller, but I promise you I am not. I promise you there will be trades that I lose out on. It just hasn't happened for quite a bit of time. Yes, Mimo, I saw your comments. You were saying might be bullish, guys. We're pumping. Should you trust the weekend pump? Matt, what do you think Bitcoin will do if the dollar hyperinflates? I think Bitcoin ultimately goes up over time against the dollar, and that's the general thesis, right? Girl Has It All says, I think all of these pumps are only being used to push the oil prices down. Once they reach a desired price on oil, crypto will crash. I may be wrong. It's entirely possible, and maybe what you're suggesting, Girl Has It All, coincides with the higher time frame analysis on Bitcoin, which is still this. Legends, I used to have a chart on the channel that talked about FOMC and how the price action develops going into FOMC and the pivots in the market. I wonder if I still have it and I could just pull it up to show you guys what happens with FOMC. I'm going to pull up the last FOMCs that occurred, okay? I'm telling you right now, it will mark a very interesting pattern in the markets. Okay? So, let's do this together. Let's do this thought exercise together. And while you're waiting for me to set up the FOMC charts, please, if you haven't already, smash that like button, because I think it's going to be a banger of a live stream. We're getting nice pumpy price action. This looked like corrective price action to the downside after this impulsive 4-hour candle. So I'll pull up the FOMC chart, and actually I'm going to create something on MindPillar for you guys. I think that it could be interesting to have an FOMC chart. But let's do it. Let's do it together. Purchase Media says MindPillar is sick. My man. It's completely for free if you guys are trading with me. If you're trading with me, you get access to all of these tools. And this is just the beginning. I am working very, very closely with the team to develop the best possible tools for you in the markets. Okay, so Bitcoin is pumping. As Bitcoin pumps, let's start to create the FOMC. So I'm just going to search up here. When was the last FOMC meetings. We'll do the last 5. Last 5. We'll go. Let's start from the bear markets. So we'll start October 28th, 29th. Actually, you know what, man? I'll just do it on Bluffin. I typically don't do my analysis on the exchange itself. But if we go to the 1 week time frame, no. It'll be better here. Okay. September 16th, 17th. I just have my dates right at the monitor below here. Vertical line, September 16th, 17th. October 28th, 29th. December 9th, 10th. January 27th, 28th. Oof, that was a big dump after, but you'll see what I'm trying to say. And obviously the bear market favors this price action. March 17th, 18th. April 28th, 29th. June 16th, 17th. And then we have July 28, 29. Let's do 29. Oh, my bad. I messed up there. April, June. So what you'll notice is that oftentimes going into FOMC, if we've pumped into FOMC, it marks a local top. If we've dumped into FOMC, it can mark a local bottom. But because we are in a bear market, what's been happening more religiously is we pump into FOMC, then we have a correction. It doesn't mean that it has to be the top, but what I would suspect is that if Bitcoin is going to continue here, maybe we do get, maybe the next few days we can pump a little bit, maybe we even sweep these highs, and it marks a little bit of a local top. And we've discussed the possibility of the relief rally actually continuing into August. So if that happens, maybe we do have something like a few percent correction, like a 5 to 10% correction even, and then Bitcoin effectively comes back up, and then we enter our high confluence zone for a big short. That's something that I'm currently eyeing. I think that it will be an interesting period in the market. We know that historically new Fed chairs provide dumps in the market. That's usually what happens. And we have a new Fed chair. We've been dumping. This relief can be choppy and it can actually continue. It is totally viable. That's why more recently, if you've been tuning into the channel, if you've been within the community, I've been favoring longs in this market. Now, I still think that Bitcoin ends up heading lower over the course of this bear market, but this kind of price action is price action that shakes out both sides of the market with how choppy it gets to the upside. But this is like engineered liquidity. All the longs have piled up. And there will come a moment where all of this gets wiped out. Tiago Costa. Hi, Matt. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Tiago Costa says, if I keep following your strategy and trade accordingly, I can quit my job in 6 months. I wish you all the best, man. If you can do that, that's absolutely awesome. Your hype long was very ballsy and it looked very ugly and bearish until the very end. Even went down almost $2 from your entry. I respect you just stuck through it and didn't change your mind. I think on this rally, most people will get absolutely wrecked because even strong bears are calling that the bottom is likely in. And the more and more that we see that strong bears are calling that the bottom is in, the more and more likely it is that the bottom is not in my opinion. And by the way, Nick Tooney, guys, some of you ask me again, why I stick with my trades, but it's not like I genuinely have to share this with you. It is not difficult for me to stick. Holy smokes, that 15-minute candle. Wow. While I was yapping about FOMC, price was doing this. Unreal. It is not difficult for me to stick with my trades because I have invalidation points, I have take profits, I have my stop losses. So it's not difficult and I'm happy with the risk that I take. I rarely cut trades early, guys. And my invalidation was not hit on my trade, therefore I remain in my positions. If you're happy with the risk that you take on the trade, you basically enter the trade telling yourself that if this trade stops out, it stops out. And that's literally it. I also, keep in mind, guys, have tons of short exposure in this market, which has been constantly discussed in the community. We've gone short on every single relief rally. So if I lose a little bit of money on a new trade, I actually don't care that much. Are you a MEXC affiliate? No, I don't trade on MEXC. I'm not a fan of MEXC because I know some traders with multiple 6 figures that have had issues withdrawing their funds from the platform. So I'm not going to be promoting an exchange like that, to be honest. Gabriel Ferreira is funny. He says, is this the comfy guy in his shorts? Good morning, my guy. Yes, my man, I am comfy in my shorts, but now, especially if you're in the community, we are giga comfy in the longs too. And I've explained, I left a 10-minute video in my community talking about why I hedge in the market like I do. But I am very comfy in my long. We're up 6 figures on this Bitcoin long that we took within the community. But I am still comfy in my shorts as well, because I think that ultimately price can continue pumping and then we will get a massive rejection, grabbing all of this liquidity that's been engineered. That's my thought process. I'll let you know if things change, but so far, game plan is still the same. Have you ever thought about going live on Kick? Guys, is there a way for me to... I can definitely stream on all platforms, right? Like there has to be a way to connect YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all of these platforms, right? Surely there's a way I can do that without imposing more work. Yeah, maybe I should consider that. Now we're getting a dump. Yeah, I do use OBS, so maybe OBS multi-stream is the way. All right, guys, we're in our trades. We're sitting in the trades. I'll let you know if I see any new opportunities, as I normally do in the community. If you want to join the community, I'd highly recommend you do so. All the trades that you're seeing on screen here, the long that we took at 58K, the short that we took last week at $66,800 right at the local top. Everything is shared within the community as always, and you get access to all of these free tools that I use for my own analysis. There's potentially bearish CVD divergence forming on the 4-hour chart. So what you want to see for this to get invalidated is this high being broken, because CVD is forming a higher high. So if this high gets broken, which would basically be the high up here at 65.7, then that would invalidate it. But right now we're pumping, we're dumping. Bitcoin is, some would say, consolidating, some would say a head and shoulders pattern, although this is a W to me. And the shoulder, the right shoulder, is almost higher than the head. So that's an interesting, interesting structure. Yeah, maybe I would have 2K concurrent viewers. That would be pretty sick. That would be sick. I would recommend joining the community if you haven't already, guys. First link in the description down below. It's where I share all of my own trades. Pump and dump? Is this a scam pump? Is the question on everyone's mind. Is this a scam pump? We've been bullish since $57,000. We've remained bullish, and now I wait and see how this price action develops to justify a new trade in this market. But I am in 6 active positions, all shared within the community. Someone said this is called manipulation. I'm here, you're there. Scam pump? Is this a scam pump? It's called a manipulation candle. Hey Matt, could FOMC mark the top of this rally, because there's a possibility that we don't go to the confluence zone like some of the rallies in the 2022 bear markets? It is entirely possible. Now, we just discussed this actually. I don't know if you tuned in, but check this out. This is the previous FOMCs on the chart. And usually when you pump into FOMC, you do get a sizable correction afterwards, but it doesn't have to be the top. You know, you dump, maybe you pump. There's a couple times there where that happened. We dumped into FOMC afterwards, and then we had a pump. So maybe what happens is we get a little bit of a rejection, and then we pump into the confluence zone, and then we drop. I think that what we're seeing looks way more similar to 2018 than it does to 2022, based on the price action that we're seeing here. That's a pretty big rejection. That is a pretty big rejection. Someone said SpaceX is shitting the bed. I mean, looking at Bitcoin weekly chart candles seems getting ready for a new low. I think that we're getting ready for a new low as well, but I'm gunning for a little bit higher first. So the thing is, some people ask me, like, what are we going to do here? Like, what if Bitcoin just dumps and doesn't hit the confluence zone? But I have to keep it real with you. If you've been in the community, it's highly likely that you're already in a pretty big short position, because I've been shorting the entire bear market. I am holding this short for lower. I think that we go lower. But more locally, it made sense to be bullish when Bitcoin dropped to below $60,000. Now, this is just local price action, and we're going to make money in both directions. If Bitcoin holds up here, I would imagine that alts will actually perform. But if we just completely dump again, then it won't look pretty. Fast move up, fast move down. Interesting 1 hour candle, legends. Check that out. That is very, very interesting. These 15-minute candles are baffling. They are. They are. Raj Patel, love you, man. Love you too, man. SpaceX is hitting a new low. Vengeance, or Trula, I should say, if that's how you feel. I mean, I have done my research on it. But if that's how you feel, you can make money trading that. Would be nice to retest around 60K before a move higher. Oh, man. That would be crazy. Imagine if Bitcoin pulls back like this and then pumps back up. Oh, man. Oh man, it's not my base case right now. I think we can get a pullback, but we've seen before that we can get on these relief rallies, we can get some sizable pullbacks before pumping higher, shaking out both sides of the market. Look at this. We had a 15% correction and then Bitcoin just went higher. So it can happen. Legends, I would highly recommend you join the community if you haven't already. All the trades that you're seeing on screen and my next big trade will be shared within that group. You don't pay me to join the positions. You don't pay me to see my trades. That's not how it works. I would like to see Bitcoin go higher before I enter a short, to be honest. Yeah, there was a guy that came on the live stream and said he longed SpaceX at 170 and he just held on to the position. Scary stuff, guys. Very, very scary stuff. SpaceX was entirely a gamble. We took a long on the stream when it launched and we made money on the way up and then I got stopped out at break even on the way down. But then I didn't do anything else. Hey Matt, can SpaceX go below 100? Yeah, it can. It absolutely can. Stoic Tang, Matsir, check the 2-hour RSI. It's automatic short from here. Guys, I rarely use RSI in my trading. And to say that something is an automatic short, it must have proven itself to you before for you to say that. And I don't doubt that maybe it is, but from my perspective, I don't use RSI on the lower time frames especially. Let's check CVD. We still got 2 hours left for the 4-hour candle. We're dumping. We are dumping, legends. We are dumping. Someone said Macron. Let's actually take a look at gold as well, guys. Gold is now testing this trend, this line up here as resistance, which was a previous area where we got a bounce. So we're getting closer and closer to a level that I would consider longing on gold. I I talked about that trade in the community as well. And then we have Macron, which I talked about. Yeah, we're still not at the anchored VWAP, to be honest. Oh, surprise. The thing that's dumping is something that nobody can use in regular life. Hey, we're getting bought up here. We're getting some buying pressure here for Bitcoin. Aurelius, yo, my man Aurelius. How are you doing? Matsir, do you have more money like in stocks and precious metals or in crypto? My stock portfolio is significant. I will say that. I believe in Bitcoin long term. I like trading the markets, but I do have a significant stock portfolio as well. ETH has formed bearish RSI divergence on daily time frame. $2,000 is also a good rejection zone. Can I swing short? You can do whatever you'd like to do, but if you're coming on and asking me for financial advice, what you should do with your own money, unfortunately, I cannot give you financial advice. What I will say is that if you want to see how I'm trading the market, you can join my community. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis, but I cannot blatantly tell you what to do with your own money. If Bitcoin forms a top, then naturally ETH would be a good short. That's something to consider. What time is FOMC? FOMC is on Wednesday. Fed interest rate decision Wednesday at 2 p.m. Is that true? Times are in your local time zone. Yeah, at 2 p.m. my time. So basically 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Any good news about the Clarity Act? If you're wondering if the Clarity Act is the reason why we're pumping, the answer is no. These things are priced in. This came out 7 hours ago. A new Clarity Act draft has been released, merging the Senate Banking and Agriculture Committee versions and adding an ethics provision for the first time. A motion to proceed is expected Monday or Tuesday, with a possible floor vote the week of August 3rd. Interesting. This price action is pretty dumpy. I was on the 5-minute chart. That's why. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have said 15-minute candle. It's the 5-minute. Vengeance says, bro's tweaking. He has so much stock, he was tweaking. I'm not tweaking, guys. Rosie the dog, you think the Clarity Act getting signed is already priced in? I think everything is already priced in. I think that the market is very forward-looking, and what we need to understand is that still, and I can't tell you if the Clarity Act will get signed or not. I don't know, guys. I don't know. There's one thing I can tell you on my channel. When I don't know something, I tell you I don't know. It still shows a 38% chance. So those are low odds. What about Sui? I think that Sui will do what Bitcoin does. So you think we will peak again to 66, 67 before the big short to 52K? Asks Andrew. I would actually like to see Bitcoin higher than that. I'm already in my big short and I'm looking to add to that position. But I've been very clear, my friends, if I can't get the opportunity to add to my position, then I won't stress because I'm already in such a big position that we took within the community. So if you don't want to miss out on the trades that I'm taking within the community, make sure to join. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You also get access to MindPillar, the tools that I use to trade, and it's a no-brainer in my opinion. If you're not already in the group, I would recommend you join. If you're already trading on Kraken, you can keep that existing account and continue to trade as you've been doing. So it's very, very easy to join. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to. Matsuru, what's an 80% short level for you? I'm not sure what you mean an 80% short level. And I largely agree with what Grigor is saying. Grigor's a legendary mod, and he's part of our community as well. Clarity Act is bullish, but on a yearly horizon. If you want to long it, use it as a yearly time frame. For lower time frames, we have more relevant levels to trade. Completely agree. Completely agree. Namarupa says, in every single bear market, Bitcoin has gone below its balanced price, and right now its balanced price is below 40K. Congratulations on getting to 20K. Why are you sad? Thank you. Agreed. So Bitcoin usually always taps into its balanced price. And the balanced price for Bitcoin is currently sitting at $37,000. Now that's crazy low. I am looking for a tap to the realized price at the bare minimum eventually, which is below 53K. So my higher time frame trajectory, for those of you that just tuned into the live stream now, is something along these lines. Don't take it to the bank. I'm not a financial advisor. This content is for educational purposes only. Please remember that I am just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. This is what I think happens. Brilo, I agree with you. So here's the other thing. Do you guys, by the way, do you guys prefer when I share the live chat on the screen with the price action? Because I thought that this could be a more engaging way rather than me just reading the comments. You can see what I'm addressing. Otherwise, I could just remove it from the chart. So, Matsura was asking, what's a guaranteed short level for you? I know nothing is guaranteed, so I said 80%. You know what was an 80% short that we took within the community? An 80% short was up here at 97K. So many people were bullish. That was an 80% short. This, you could see that the drops are getting a little bit weaker. Honestly, I would love to see price go all the way up to 72K. If this occurred, there's your answer. Depending on the liquidity and how things are looking, if everyone continues to pile into longs, I would love price to go there, but I actually don't know if it can make it that far. But please don't, this is why I struggle to tell you guys a percentage of a trade playing out. If you've been in the community, you've seen that most of the trades that we've been taking lately have been playing out. So there's that to consider. But I never say, hey guys, this is an 80% short. There's higher probability and confluence zones that increase the probabilities of the trade playing out. But 80% short, eesh. But we'll find new opportunities within the community. So you guys are seeing my hype position continuing to hover around . Oof. You see what I mean? Wow. What a dump. What a dump on hype. Someone asked me if you were looking for a new trade, when to consider. We broke the highs, and now what you want to see here is ideally creating some structure here. Otherwise, this thing just dumps. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Dun, 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 dun. It's all based on Bitcoin, my friends. It's all based on Bitcoin. Sup, did you close out the Bitcoin longs? No, guys, I did not close out the Bitcoin longs. I'm still holding my Bitcoin longs. You can see that we took this trade within the community at $58,000. I took profits on the way up, as I always do. And now I'm holding the trade, guys. Vengeance 30, I actually am looking for a trade. And if you guys are in my community, you know which trade I'm looking at right now. You're always trading Bitcoin 90%, unfortunately, regardless of the shitcoin. Save the Republic USA. Why do you like Bluffin over Weeks? I am partial to Weeks. Love their platform. I like Bluffin because it's just a smoother experience, in my opinion. I also just, in general, I really trust Bluffin, particularly with a bunch of exchanges going belly up. I do trust Bluffin. But that being said, as you know, I also trade on Weeks. So it's totally up to you. And you guys could access both if you're looking to join the community. So if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join the group and you can access the group through any of these platforms. We've recently added Kraken. If you're already trading on Kraken, you can join the group with your existing Kraken account. So you don't have to make a new sign up. Bluffin, Weeks, and 2bit, you do have to have a new sign up. But BTCC and Kraken, we can transfer you under the referral quite easily. Just DM me BTC on Telegram to join my group. Now, the thing is, do you have a certain trading amount of your affiliate? Yes, you need to be trading with at least $500. Otherwise, I don't think it makes sense for you to join my group. What a dump. What a dump. It's bogus. Actually, someone mentioned Aave. We can take a look at Aave. Very interesting. Someone's asking me when I'm closing my long position. I still think Bitcoin can move higher, guys. And I might, like, if Bitcoin drops, I might add to my long position. Just keeping it real, guys. I'm letting you know what I think could happen. Interesting. Yeah, hype is back to negative. I've been holding this trade for quite some time. What a dump on hype, guys. What a dump. Now, the only thing is seeing how the 4-hour candle closes, but that is a disgusting 4-hour candle. Like, look at that. We broke above these highs. Hideous, hideous. So here you have to effectively hope that we hold this pivot low that we're currently at. Otherwise, but again, all of this is based on Bitcoin, right? It's all based on Bitcoin. Just Frankie says, I took partials on hype last night. Pretty happy about it now. Yeah. I do think it's going to be some funky price action this week. Absolutely. I always find it funny when I read the comments because you guys know when you... Okay, hear me out. When you see, for example, $100,000 profit on a trade, $600,000 profit on a trade, you have to understand, guys, that obviously there's fluctuations of $10,000. Don't compare your portfolio size to mine. This hype trade, I was down 10K at one point. I was up 10K at one point. Until it's invalidated, I just hold my trade. My gosh. My gosh. The comments is just, it's just baffling, man. That's insane to me. Anthony, I did talk about Aave. I do think it's a pretty good opportunity. Depending on what Bitcoin does, it can be nice. Let's see how the 4-hour closes. Honestly, it's kind of fun to see this on stream. Like, people absolutely freaking out about PNL bouncing around from 10K to minus 5K. Guys. If are people butthurt about their hype long getting destroyed? This is the issue. If you can't handle fluctuations in the market, trading is simply not for you. You have to ask yourself, do I really care that a position is fluctuating when I have multiple positions open, multiple 6 figures across multiple exchanges? The answer is no. This is where altcoins can try to prove themselves as Bitcoin dumps. If Bitcoin just dumps and continues to dump, then naturally this trade will be invalidated and I take a loss. But let's see. Let's see. It's not invalidated yet, so therefore I keep my position. Next bounce at 62.7. Let's see. I like this zone. I really do like this zone. And maybe we're seeing the pullback. This zone over here, for me, is very, very interesting. People get butthurt because they risk too much. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. That's how it works. Here we go. Here we go. Bum 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 ba-dum. It's pretty much a bloodbath at this point. I mean, not really. Gemma Gov, my man, zoom out. I feel like this is nowhere near a bloodbath. Hype round tripping. Guys, it is what it is. Piece of advice, when trading altcoins, always risk way less capital than when you're trading Bitcoin, because Bitcoin determines the entire market. So any trade that you see me in negative on alts will usually be significantly less than it would have been had it been a Bitcoin trade, for example. So that's something to consider. Alts can be volatile, more volatile in both directions, to the upside and to the downside. What is this price action? What is this price action? Guys, if you want access to my community where I take all of the trades that you're seeing on screen, and yes, I mean all of them. The short that I took last week at $66,800, the long that I took at $58,000. And yes, I have some trades that hover in negative. My hype trade, which is currently down $6,000. All the trades are shared within my community. Win or lose, I share my trades in here. So DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. I'm a swing trader, right? So I hold my positions for quite some time in this market. And I would highly recommend you join if you haven't already, because you don't pay me to join. You trade with your own capital. Hype is nuking, but so is Bitcoin, guys. So we're getting that pullback that we discussed in my previous video. And now the question is, can we push on higher, or is the top in? Someone says, I think Bitcoin is better. Yes, guys, absolutely. Especially if you're new to trading this market, I would recommend that you just trade Bitcoin. Oops. Matt, please show us the higher time frame. It looks so bearish. Well, this is what we discussed in the bear market, guys. Staircase up, elevator down. That's what I think will happen. I don't think, again, guys, it will happen quite yet. In my opinion, I think that Bitcoin can squeeze past this high. I think that would be ideal for me, but I don't make the rules. The market does what it wants to do, and that is something that you need to understand as a trader. If you're trading this market, you have to understand that trading is all about probabilities, right? So as long as you understand that you don't control the market, it'll give you a better view of the market. And that's one of the fundamental things that I discuss in the community in terms of hedging in this market. Some people will say, man, if you think that Bitcoin is going lower later, why did you enter along at the lows? Because it's also accepting that you don't know whether or not Bitcoin will go higher or Bitcoin will go lower, because it's all about probabilities, and that's it, right? That's how hedging works in this market. So my Bitcoin long is still up just under 6 figures. I'm going to hold that for quite some time. I may take some more profits if price action really breaks down, but I honestly want to add to this existing position in the markets. That's what I want to do. And this long that I took at 58K was shared within the community as well. So, was the weekend pump a scam pump? Gemma Gov says, lately it just seems we should short every market open. I mean, yes and no. Technically speaking, man, we're creating higher lows. Even here was technically a higher low. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It really depends. I'm not a swing trader, right? So, or sorry, I'm not a scalper. I'm a swing trader. So I don't really I don't pay attention to short-term price action, really. If you guys want me to do it on stream, of course, I'm always happy to do it. See, look, you could see here on my account, if I zoom up, I have another short entry from from $81,400. This was also shared in the community. So I have a long and I have a short. And I also have this short from much higher, which is still up 6 figures. And I plan to add to that existing position in my community. B1SSNQ, if you really want to join, my man, just make a new account. I would highly recommend you do so. If you think you know everything, that is the fastest way to get liquidated. I definitely agree. I definitely agree. I just play the probabilities, right? I definitely do not think I know everything. I have lost trades before. I will lose trades again. That's how it works, guys. But very interesting to see like the dynamic in the chat when a trade is in negative and when a trade is in positive. I guess that's the price you have to pay for sharing your trades on the internet, right? We'll short from the 6th of August. Mark the date. All right, let's see it. Bearish ascending channel. I think that this price action will nuke. The question is, does it come from here? Do we pop back up? Don't tell him, Matt, we need liquidity. That's also true. Mustafa the Sultan. It's just Monday, guys. If you don't like Mondays, you can trade on Tuesdays. Also valid. Also valid. Maybe that 60K retest is closer than we think. Maybe it is, guys. Maybe it is. All I know is that this week I will probably be taking a new trade within the community, but I'm kind of comfy. I'm less comfy. I'm less comfy than I was 24 hours ago because it was nice to have my hype trade doing well. But on the stream today, my hype trade was $10,000 in profit, and now I'm down 5K. But don't look at those numbers, guys. You're always risking your own amount of capital. And what I mean by this is, obviously you see me show the 6-figure trades on the channel. But for me to get to 6-figure trades, oftentimes I am holding positions that are down thousands of dollars before they go up. And oftentimes I lose trades that will be of a few $1,000s for me to make the trades that are multiple 6 figures. That's how it works, right? That's how it works. I am always comfy, 2019 Marty. I am comfy. Let's look at the CVD. "15-minute potential bullish CVD divergence if we can hold above these lows." Bum-ba-dum. Should we do a new poll? What should the new poll be, guys? What is your typical risk to reward ratio? Usually 3 to 1. How do you survive funding fees? Sharp skill, my man. When you're making 6 figures on a trade, when you're up 600K, paying $4,000 in funding fees is very normal. That's how it works, guys. I survive because I have a significant amount of capital on my account. But it's in relation to your trading, to your size, right? So you can see the risk I'm taking on my trades. $60 or $70K next poll. Let's do it. All right, let me close this poll here. JV97. Size matters, guys, regardless of what anyone says. All right. Okay. All right, all right, all right. 60 or 70K? I like that, actually. 60 or 70K. Guys, if you want some of the lowest fees on the market, I would recommend that you just join the community and you join me on Bluffin. Especially if you are a big trader, I can get you VIP 1, 2, or 3, depending on how much capital you're trading with. I have basically maxed out VIPs on a lot of the exchanges. Maybe not on Bluffin, actually, because I don't trade with millions and millions of dollars, but I'm still VIP 3. What is next for Bitcoin? Now we see. How are you feeling, everyone? Are you bearish? Are you bullish? So, legends, if you want to join the community and see how I've been trading this market day by day, week by week, remember you have the first link in the description down below. If you're already trading on Kraken or any other platform like BTCC or Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral and you don't have to make a new account. So I'd recommend you join if you haven't already. I want to take you through a very interesting zone for me. And that interesting zone for Bitcoin here, guys, is if we can manage to make it down to a key confluence level, the uptrending anchored VWAP is actually at $63,400. The 200-week moving average is at $63,500, and the point of control of this entire range is at $62,700. So this zone for me, if we are to hit it, is very, very interesting. We know that on relief rallies, we can get pullbacks. We know that it can be very choppy to the upside. So I'm interested in this level. I really, really am. If Bitcoin can make it there, that would be nice. Now, naturally, if Bitcoin makes it there, my hype trade will get invalidated. But if I could pick my poison, if I could have a say as to how the price action would develop, it would be that we hold off here and then we make a new high. Hype hits my TP, then we come back down, then I long here, then I take profits on the way up again. And when I say long, I'd probably add to my existing Bitcoin long that I took within the community at $58,000. Then we get the massive dump, a little bit of a retest, and then we capitulate further to form a bear market low around this time frame. That's my general view of the market, guys. And you can see why I hold my big swing shorts, because now if the price just dumps, yes, of course, my one trade would be invalidated, but I make tons of money on the way down. And that's what I've been trying to teach you guys within the community and on the channel. That's why I hedge in this market. Yakub, good evening. How can you get to VIP 1? Sophie, send me a DM. Yes, on Telegram. And guys, please make sure you're only using the links in the description down below because there are some scammers that are now impersonating me. Where is it? So just DM me on Telegram. Obviously, you have to be trading with a good amount of capital to get VIP. It's not just for everyone. But we need to go up now to grab liquidity, then go down. Let's see. I'm neutral to bullish. How do you decide how much capital to put in your trade and how much of a stop loss that you're willing to risk? So the stop loss or the invalidation of my trade is always, always, always based on percentage of my trading portfolio. So, for example, if my Bitcoin short would have been stopped out, I would have lost 5% of my trading portfolio. So it's based on the percentage of the trading portfolio, right? And on high conviction trades, like my big Bitcoin short, I risked 5% of my trading portfolio. On my hype long, I risked 1.5%. So the way that it works is based on the conviction of the trade, I will risk more or less. But when I take a trade, I still think it's worth it. It's just when you're in a bear market, I definitely take on less risk on the longs than I do on the shorts. On this Bitcoin long that I took from $58,000, I risked 2% of my trading portfolio because it was a very, very good level. But most of the longs that I took in this bear market were probably like between 1 and 2%. The shorts were 3 to 5% because I'm more confident in the price action continuing its higher time frame trend, which has been down. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers your question. Daily MACD crossover downside, important or useless? Guys, I don't use the MACD for my analysis. Guys, okay, I'm going to address this right now. Very, very important. Elon442 says, I received a message from someone trying to pretend to be you. They left a WhatsApp number. Their username was similar, except they had an extra Y. Yes, guys. In my comment section, sometimes you'll see these bots that say, hey, message me on WhatsApp. I have no WhatsApp group, and be careful. I will never give you my personal phone number. That I can promise you. I don't want you guys to have my personal phone number. So the only way to get access to what I'm doing and my community is by DMing me the keyword BTC on Telegram and click the link in the description down below. So you know how on the live stream, you have this, you're watching now, you scroll down and you click. Do not get scammed. We just hit 20,000 subscribers, and I would imagine that if the channel continues to grow, there's going to be more and more scammers. There's going to be more bots. There's going to be more scammers. There's going to be more impersonators. I will never ask you to send me money. The way that it works within my community is you trade with your own money. So you make a deposit onto an exchange, a partnered exchange, and you trade on there. You don't send me money. You pay with your own money. You trade with your own money, I should say. You're not paying to join my group. You trade with your own capital. That's it. Please be careful, guys. I get very worried when I see comments like that. What's your 5K running time? I don't consider myself a runner, but when I was training for the marathon, I actually had an objective while I was training to hit a sub 25K, and I managed to do it. So basically, I think my record 5K time was 19 minutes and 55 seconds or something like that. I just managed to do it. I'm more of I am more of a sports kind of guy. I love playing football, so quick bursts. I like playing tennis, but I definitely don't train for 5K. It's 2026. Quit falling for this stuff. I completely agree, guys. It's like, but the reason I have to keep reiterating these things is because there are sometimes, like, I have some community members that are mid 20s to 30s, and they know these things. They know not to get scammed. But there are also some community members that are a little bit older, that have significant amount of capital, that know how to trade the markets, and they want to join the community. But then there's scammers, unfortunately, that try to take advantage of that. So, you know, I have to keep reiterating it. All right, legends. 3 hours in, things are going well. Bitcoin is dumping. I still don't think that it's time to panic. Naturally, when you get a pump into the weekly close, you can get pullbacks at the beginning of the week. So let's see how far this pullback goes. We still have 1 more hour until the 4-hour candle close. I want to change the poll. I think that this is... Wait, yes, after receiving a reply on your Sunday video from you, period, I received the same bot message with your reply. I flagged it. Yeah, good. Matsur, EMA or SMA, which moving averages are important? You can use both. I like using both. Oh, interesting question. Punch Trader, Matsur, kind of a strange question. Are you an engineer or a mathematician? Reason I'm asking is that your analysis, which I find very, very accurate, tend to probabilistic trading, which I agree 100%. I am neither, but what I can say is that at a very, very young age, I absolutely loved the concept of numbers and the concept of turning money into more money. So this has always been something that I've been very fond of, and it sounds weird to say that, but genuinely I was always fond of it. So maybe that ties into it. But so far we've been pretty solid with the market analysis. The hype trade is not performing too well, but it's just chopping around, guys. What can I say? What can I say? Greetings from France, Monsieur Mathieu. Sébastien, greetings to you. Thanks. Matt, so you mean I didn't just give all my savings to you as a donation on WhatsApp? Don't toy around about that, please. Hey Mathieu, I'm on my alternate account and would you be interested in another sex partnership? Would love to reach out. I do have someone that helps manage these kinds of relationships. But right now I think we're pretty content. But if you want to send over what it is you're proposing, but I'm not the one that manages those relationships. Please, sir, can you look at NASDAQ? Sure, let's look at NASDAQ. Dumpy. You know what, though? The NASDAQ is getting into its bull market support bands. But it looks toppy. It does look toppy. QC Porto is asking, how can you be a member of my group? Guys, if you want to be... if you want to be... in the community, links in the description down below. Would it be helpful? Okay, Legends, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to talk about it too much more. I know most of you know how to do this, but would it be helpful if I had a 3-minute tutorial on how to join my community? Comment yes or no. I have no issue recording that. Happy to do it. So let me know. I can do that. I can do that. How to join my community. Very, very simple tutorial. I can do that because if we're getting questions about it, maybe it's not clear. And someone that has done marketing in my prior businesses, it annoys me that things aren't clear. My wife heard you reefing sex. She asked why someone offering a sex partnership on the live stream. That's funny. Another question, Metzger. What's your opinion on using AI to automate trading? I personally think that trading in the way that I do it will be more beneficial than AI, because the thing with AI is it's only based on certain things and there's no intuition involved. I know this might sound crazy to you, and there's going to be some of you that are just purely technicals, but the reality is there is such a thing as intuition when it comes to trading. Now, I'm not going to tell you that if you've been trading for 5 months that all of a sudden you have this great intuition. But what I will say is that is a layer of my confluence as well. So, and you only really get that intuition through trading the market for several years. And AI will never have intuition like that. So I hope that makes sense. I personally don't use it, but I have used it in the past to basically back test certain strategies that I've been playing around with. Okay, yes, a lot of people are saying yes. So I will create tutorial. Yeah, okay, awesome. Sounds good, guys. I'll create a tutorial to join my community. Mr. KOL Koi Toy says, but August is bearish. You think it will go up to 80K? Legends, have I said once that I think Bitcoin will go up to 80K? Have I said it once? Does this look like 80K to you? I don't, that's not my base case. If it happens, I reassess, but that's definitely not my base case. Yaz Shah says, hey Matt, I learned a lot from you. I've been making crazy profits. Absolutely awesome. Awesome, man. Okay, I'm glad that most people know that I've never mentioned 80K. Is it possible? Of course, anything is possible. But if you're asking me what I think could be happening, which is why I would imagine you guys are watching the live stream and tuning into the content, my base case is not 80K. In fact, the zone that I'm looking at to potentially add to my short, and this is only really where I would consider adding, is up above here. Bull market support band, perhaps as high as 72, but 72 would be like already 72 is pushing it. But that just coincides with the 200-day moving average. Maybe we top out way before then. Vengeance, or Trula. I like calling you Trula. Change your name to Trula, man. You only mentioned max 73 to 74K. Yes, but guys, remember what we said when I mentioned 73 to 74K, price was here. And the only reason I mentioned that is because the moving average, the 200-day moving average was much higher. Now, because price continues to remain below the moving average, that is no longer a probability in my opinion. I mean, it is a probability in the sense that it can happen, but I'm following this line. And now that line is at 72K and it continues to drop because price is below it. How can I join your community if I've already opened the accounts with most of the exchanges when I was trying to join other communities? Okay, so the point of my community as well is you join and you make it your main trading account. You don't need to enter a bunch of different exchanges. Now, if you've already joined all of these platforms and you don't want to create a new account, because that's the easy fix, just create a new account with my Bluffin link and make that your main trading account, you can keep your BTCC or Kraken account and we can transfer you under my referral, which means you get to keep your existing account. So if you like these platforms and they're your main trading accounts, we can do that as well. Totally up to you. Totally up to you. Price action isn't really doing a whole lot here. Let's see how this 4-hour candle closes. Hey Matt, so I'm sorry, just to join your live, is Bitcoin will create a new lower than yesterday or make a new higher first? Sorry if I repeat this question. I don't know. Legends, if you ask me if Bitcoin will create a new low or go higher on the higher time frames, because okay, if you ask me what will happen today, right now, most of the time I will just tell you I have absolutely no clue. None. On a daily time, like today, I couldn't tell you what Bitcoin will do next. But if you ask me on a higher time frame, that's when things become a lot more probable and I can give a more reasonable amount of certainty. There are no certainties, but it becomes more reasonable and easier to project how the price action can develop. But if you ask me on the 15-minute chart, what's going to happen to Bitcoin? What's going to happen to Bitcoin today? Sorry, guys. I might not be who you're looking for. I am not a wizard. Trula is back. Let's go. Trula, everyone thought you were a girl because your profile picture was a smoke show. What's your referral code on WebEx? I don't even know what WebEx is. Yeah, this is the thing. Remember what I told you guys, legends? I was looking into a way to have community members that are like the members that are on Telegram be able to ask questions as a priority on the stream. And I wanted to get a little badge for some of you. We're still looking into it, but there is potentially a way to do it. And as soon as that's ready, I'm going to send a message in the group and we'll be able to get all the members that are already in my Telegram community to be able to join the live streams. And I will prioritize your questions because some of the questions are pretty low effort, right? All right, legends. So as price does this, and we're going into that 4-hour close, all of a sudden, if we start moving up a little bit here, it starts to look a little bit less bearish. Now let's see. Could be some chopping involved. If you're on weeks, you have to create a new account. So the way you do it is don't type in a referral code, just click the link in the description down below. I have weeks where you get a good bonus as well. I'm pretty sure most of us in here will be in the premium group, no? Legends, let's do a count. Who is in the premium group? Who is not in the premium group? Type 1 if you are in the premium group, and type 2 if you are not in my group. I'm really curious. Okay, we have, I think most people are in the group. Wow, I am groupless. Okay. Yeah, it seems like most of you guys are in the premium group. Why wouldn't anyone be? I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand either, guys. I don't understand either, but some people just don't want to join, and that's totally fine. I think some people try to watch the live streams and see if they can, I don't want to say steal a trade, or because there's no such thing as that, but try to see if they can get what the premium group offers without actually signing up and joining. Reminder, guys, you trade with your own money, but I've said it all the time. I prioritize the premium group. So while I do these live streams, the tools that we're creating for the premium group and the trades that I personally take will always be shared first in that group where you trade with your own money. That's how it's always going to be. And someone asked me, what's the game plan with your group? What's the game plan? Well, do you guys remember in June when I was basically posting one video every 2 days, every 3 days on YouTube, and I wasn't doing the live streams? I took a break from the live streams. Well, that week was the week where I was on vacation in Mallorca, and I took my long at the lows. That is one of the benefits of the premium group, because it's so much easier for me to just say, hey guys, I'm taking a trade here. I think it's a high confluence zone. I'm going long. And Then the next day or 2 days after, I say on my YouTube video, guys, I took along within the group. So that's one of the benefits, I would say, right? I share my trades, and the long term, you know, I see someone mentioned the channel Chart Champions. This guy doesn't post content all the time. He posts maybe like once a week on YouTube, maybe once every 2 weeks. Maybe down the line, I'll get tired of the YouTube and it will just be updating my group members. But let's see, because trading is all about flexibility. I'm doing this because I want to do it with the live streams, but there might be a point where it's just about helping members within the community, and then that's it. But we are a ways away from there, but that might be the long-term thing. That might be the long-term play. Anyways. Moro says, following you is one of the best decisions I've ever done. Not gonna lie. Awesome. My man. So if a member of a group access MindPillar, does that include API connectors and just log in with their login? So I was only able to appreciate because of I was only able to join because of Kraken. I really appreciate you being affiliated with them. As a US citizen, it was difficult to join your community. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people use Kraken, so that's why we've added Kraken as an option, and you can keep your account, right? Basically, so if you're in the group, you will always have access to MindPillar as well. And now you can get access to the premium version of MindPillar by simply pasting your user ID that you've signed up with me on MindPillar. It's a no-brainer. And if you join the community as well, guys, for the first 7 days, if you join through typing BTC on Telegram and you sign up on within Telegram, you get a 30% fee reduction. This is only accessible if you join through the Telegram. So I would recommend you try that out as well. All right, guys, Bitcoin is kind of holding up. There's nothing to really say here. Usually what happens is these 4-hour candles, this first 4-hour candle, including the US session, can be notoriously tricky. And what I mean by this is it might show that we get a significant rejection, and then all of a sudden within the last 40 minutes of the session, maybe we get bought up before noon Eastern Standard Time. So let's see how this price action develops. Let's see. I am just here for the company for real. I wanted to be in the group, but I am not signed up with some shady sex. Guys, bluffing is not a shady sex. It's where I trade most of the time. Now, what I will say, some people have different opinions of centralized exchanges, but that is again one of the main reasons why I have added Kraken as an option, because some people prefer a Kraken to a bluffin, but I prefer bluffin. But Kraken is now an option, and I'm pretty sure they got all their licenses, Mika, like all of these things. They're also available in the US, I believe, with bank transfers as well. So up to you if you want to join. If not, no stress. No stress, guys. I don't ever want to force anyone to join, but it's where I post my stuff. You know it by now. I'm waiting for that 67K since Wednesday last week. Yeah, so that's the thing, Tiago. That's a very good point. So that's what we observed when I took this short trade, guys. So I took a short right here. And if you don't believe me, you know, Bitcoin went to $66,900 last week on Tuesday, and everyone was waiting for over 67K. But I liked the tap into the anchored VWAP, almost perfect to the dollar. And where did we go short within the community? $66,800. So we almost got the perfect top last Tuesday within the community. and now I'm milking some profits on the way down. Everyone was waiting for 67. I still think it can happen, but with this kind of price action, it would not surprise me if we, you know, like it takes a while for these things to develop, particularly with the rejection that we saw today. So let's see. Guys, I don't trust Trustpilot. Honestly, these exchanges, you know what they do? They have a shady tactic where basically they will shit on another exchange just to bring the overall Trustpilot down. And a lot of the time it's fake reviews. So I don't look into that really. I was on the live when you took the trade. There you go. Does Bluffin require KYC? No, it does not require KYC. The only thing with Bluffin, though, that you have to understand is if you're a big trader and you don't do KYC, like we're talking pretty big trader, you can only withdraw $20,000 per day, per 24 hours. Some people like to be able to withdraw millions, and at that point you do have to do KYC if you want to do it all in one go. Hi, Matsir. I shared my Kraken Pro UID since Friday and still not answered to join the group. Yeah, if you shared on Friday, it's probably because I have some team members that don't check my chats on the weekend. I need to work on this. I need a more automated process. But I would say that by Tuesday, you'll be in the group. So my apologies for that. Slow like banks with the business days. Legends, price action is kind of just chopping around. We've been at it for 3.5 hours. I think I'm going to just go to the washroom quickly. I'm not ending the stream, but while I'm gone, I would really appreciate it if you guys could just destroy that like button. We'll talk about the new potential trade setups that I am looking at. And if you'd like to join the community, you know where to find me. But please smash that like button, go into the washroom, and we will be back, my friends. We will be back. Give me like 3 minutes. And hopefully, price doesn't nuke when I go. Let's pump it. How are we doing? How are we doing? You guys dumped it. What is this nonsense? What is this? Why are you guys dumping? All right, what's going on? What's going on? I see the comment section. Let's scroll. Let's scroll up here. What's the benefit of adding the UID to mine pillar? Well, the benefit is we know based on your UID that you're basically trading within the community. And because of this, when we launch some more premium features, you will always get access to those premium features. So basically, for example, check this out. I haven't shown this to you guys, but there's some premium stuff on MinePillar that you cannot access unless you're trading with us. You know, we have the footprints, right? Which tells you how the market is moving around. We have the cumulative volume delta. We also have here automatically on the chart, we show the previous day value area low, previous day point of control, previous day value area high, the daily open. Like these are things that you normally want to put on your chart either way. And we have basically access to how many longs are jumping in, how many shorts, and this can help add confluence to your analysis. The point is we're adding a bunch of new tools like this. And if you're already trading with me and you basically add it to your UID to MinePillar, it connects it to know that so long as you're still with us, you will always have access to these kinds of tools that help you make more informed trading decisions. Revenant, hi bro. Hello. Yep, I will make a quick video on the tools, guys. I will make a quick video on the tools. I think it could be helpful for everyone. It is a tricky Monday. Guys, this back and forth between the US and Iran is just, it's tiresome. It's just very tiresome. The market is nuking. Getting close to the point of control. The point of control is at 64.1, depending on which exchange you're looking at. Annoying with hype, to be honest, because we were just grinding to the upside, and then in one candle, like, check this out. Check this out. I'll let you guys know if I adjust this, but I usually hold my trades until they're invalidated, and right now my invalidation level has not been hit. I was expecting a lot of chopping around, and this is exactly what we're getting. My P&L on this trade has gone positive 15,000, negative 15,000, positive 10,000, negative 10,000, and don't trip over the numbers, guys. For me to get into these massive six-figure trades, it requires fluctuations of tens of thousands of dollars at the bare minimum. At the bare minimum. So this is normal stuff. But I don't like how this is looking right now. Because then you're making the case for like another... Let's see. Let's see. I'd like to give it a chance. And my invalidation level is not hit, so... What do you think about the Uniswap token? I haven't looked at the Uniswap token in like a year. Point of control. Point of control. Pro traders do not have a lot of lines to draw. Said no one ever. I mean, I don't think that my chart is that confusing, but maybe it's just because I'm used to it. Point of control, guys, is where we have the most amount of volume in this entire range that we've been in since June. So basically what this means is we should get a reaction from there if we are to tap into it. But you know my high confluence zone, guys. I really think that this could be an interesting one. It's a pretty big range. I get it. But from $63,400 up to $64,100 is interesting. So definitely something for us to consider. Four-hour close will be crazy. Choppy price action, guys. If the stock market dumps, then naturally this doesn't help Bitcoin. If we get a little bit of a squeeze higher here, that would bode over well for crypto and Bitcoin as a whole. Guys, I would appreciate if you don't share the details that I share to my premium group members in the chat. I'm happy to talk about some stuff on stream, but I don't want people like Trula, I'm sorry, but I don't want people to ask about details of my trades that are shared with my group members, because then it defeats the purpose, right? But Trula, I am using a soft stop loss. So what this means is I wait for price to close below a certain level for me to justify closing my position. But I hope, Trula, you're able to join at some point. It'd be nice. Are we considering a scalp long? Rick Ty, I know you're in the community. Like we discussed, this level is interesting to me. I know it's scary with the price action dumping, but we wiped out a lot of longs for today. Still a lot more longs on the 30-day. But I would like to see this cleared. I really would. Noob Smoke says, I think we're going below 50K. Guys, if we go below 50K from here, if we go below 50K, I'm going to make so much money on the way down, as we've discussed time and time again. In the community, guys, I'm still in a massive Bitcoin short. I cannot keep reiterating that. Okay, so oil is going down too, which probably means we're headed down. Says Girl Has It All. Let's see. Noob Smoke. I saw you comment 40K on my latest video, right? I think that we're a little bit early to call for that, but maybe it happens. Meow, I agree with you. Meow says going straight to 50K from here is too easy for shorters. Market makers aren't stupid to hand out free money. Stop, you're making us jealous. And call me Jess. All right, Jess. Girl Has It All, your name is Jess. I will remember that for the next live stream. If oil is going down, wouldn't that mean we are going up? Technically, yes. That's usually how it happens. I'm not a fan of this music. I'm going to change it up, guys. Playlist. Hey, Matt, can we join from Bybit? Message me on Telegram. There should be a way, but I typically don't recommend that as the number one. Legends, if you want to join the community, all my wins and losses are shared in the community. So we've discussed the fact that Bitcoin's price action to the upside would likely be very, very choppy, and I still think that that's what we're seeing. Potential bullish CVD divergence on the 15-minute time frame. Yes, I agree, Noob Smoke. They purposely kill longs and shorts. Absolutely. Absolutely they do. And maybe this is the pullback that we're seeing. Perhaps the pullback is here. And then we get a push up after, maybe. Let's see. ETF outflows 2 days in a row. How is the Coinbase Premium Index looking? Oof, bit of selling recently. Still though, on the higher time frames, it looks okay. So Trula, the Coinbase Premium Index doesn't predict the market, but what it does do is it gives you a glimpse as to how the flows are coming in, coming out. So basically, usually when you have a massive spike lower, it coincides almost perfectly with local bottoms in the market, which is what you saw when Bitcoin went to 57.7 and we took the long within the community. So we had a big spike down and then we popped right back up. If you can see that the flows they're still in red. Let's not kid ourselves. There's still selling going on, but overall it's been less selling. So if you can see that, it does suggest that momentum can still push to the upside. But ideally you see some green, but this bear market, we've hardly seen any green. So there's that to consider. It's just something to add as confluence. Macron had a pullback this morning. Yes, we talked about Macron in the live stream. We're still not at the level that I was personally looking at. So I'll let you guys know in the premium group if I take that trade as well. Guys, trading is boring. It shouldn't be fun. It should not be fun. It's very methodical. We sit and wait. That's what trading is all about. Trading is fun when you win. Losing ain't fun. We are down $9,000 on my hype trade right now. The other trades are looking fine, and all my trades have their stop losses at break even, except for hype. So let's see. It's all based on Bitcoin, right? That's why I don't risk too much. But that is a very, very hideous 4-hour candle for hype. Diabolical. Terrible. Terrible. Do you ever add to a position when it's negative like on hype? I've done it before, but only if I've entered the position with half size beforehand. So right now on this hype trade, I entered with 1.5% of my trading portfolio. If I would have entered, because that's the risk that I wanted to take, if I would have entered with 0.75, perhaps I would have added to my position to make it a full 1.5%. But because I entered with the amount of capital total that I was willing to lose, I don't want to add to this position. I don't need to. If it's invalidated, it's invalidated, and I lose the trade. Man, you could buy an old Corolla with that 9K. I could. But it's okay. It is, Mikal, you're right. It is all relative, right? Some people would freak out at seeing this P&L. But like I said, I've held trades in deeper drawdown than that. So let's see. Gemma Gov says, well, I got to go pour self-leveling cement in my basement for the next few hours. Hopefully I don't miss much. Right now, I mean, you're not missing that much. Keep in mind, legends, we're doing an FOMC live stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I need to decide if I'm going to do a live stream. Normally we do, but if I do an FOMC live stream, it's a big one, right? It's a big one. So I usually stay on the stream for like a very, very long time. 4-hour candle close is in, legends. It's in. Yes, cheese bubbles. I will take a look at Tesla. You asked about it earlier, and I said I would. Oof. Wow. I mean, last week was a massive dump. First area of interest would be this pivot. Just around $300. And let's look at the VWAPs. Wow, we didn't hold on to this pivot. That's pretty crazy. So sometimes it doesn't play out, right? Let's see. Yeah. Wisdom A4860. I agree with you. Young traders in here, make enough to buy a house first, then buy some toys, not toys first. It doesn't need to be a house, but make enough to have a very good investment portfolio. Matt, have you ever thought about buying some luxurious cars and flexing it hard like the other traders like TJR? Not really. I have to be honest, I don't think that it serves anyone well to flex like that. I like nice things, but there's no... I mean, how does it benefit you guys? The only thing that I will say is the reason that TJR got as big as he got was because he was flexing it, right? And it gets attention online, but that's not the kind of attention that I want. So I guess to answer your question, no. Legends. Let's see what happens for the rest of the session today. I do not anticipate this being a great session to trade. Someone asked me why I didn't scalp short, but it's because I'm not a scalper and I already have a massive short position open. Like, there's no reason for me to add. It didn't hit my confluence zone yet, so I'm content with this position. Now, our life is a miracle. He flexes to get exit liquidity. That is also true. You missed my question. Okay. Your question was, where is it? How low can hype be dragged by Bitcoin in this bear market? Guys, I think that hype can go way lower in this bear market. I really do. I don't think so yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in my trade. But, I mean, this could be an interesting zone. Like 45, maybe even, like, if we're fortunate enough to drop down here, like, and I say fortunate because I think it would be an opportunity. 786. Legends, due to the fact that we have FOMC and I plan on doing a longer live stream, I think that we're going to wrap up the live stream today. We've been at it for 4 hours. Usually FOMC live streams are like maybe 6 plus. So I'm going to wrap up the live stream. Tomorrow, I will let you know. Guys, I have multiple Telegram links in the description. So we have this one down here where I give you an update on my schedule. Like, am I going live? Because this is the regular schedule, but with FOMC weeks, maybe this will change. So I'll keep you updated in here. If you want to join the community, guys, remember, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You've been seeing me showing the profitable trades, the P&Ls, the longs from the low at $58,000, the big short that's no longer a big short that I took last week at $66,800, which is currently up almost 100% since our entry. We did take this with a little bit more leverage. And now I have a hype trade that's currently in the negative. But overall, we're up multiple 6 figures on these trades, all shared within the community. If you want to see what I do next in this market, you know where to find me. Make sure to destroy that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. It's been a bit of a dumpy Monday after that Sunday pump, but I still think that the trajectory is something along these lines where Bitcoin gets choppy price action to the upside. And let's not kid ourselves, this has been choppy price action. I would urge you, if you want to be a swing trader, to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. What happens in these choppy pumps is liquidity gets built up, and they often have fake outs, and then we continue to slowly grind up before we have the elevator down. I don't think that we're at the point where we have the elevator down yet. In fact, I would consider potentially entering a new trade from around this zone that I've highlighted on the stream and within the community, between the 200-week moving average, the uptrending anchored VWAP from the low, and this point of control. Below here is very interesting for me to potentially add to my existing long position. As always, I will let you know when I decide to do that within the community first, and then of course you'll know on the stream afterwards. That's a wrap for today's video. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one.